Hello, welcome back to WINDROSE with me, LG. We're back for a couple episodes where we're going to be just building, crafting, gathering, as we build a new mega base, new mega pirate base, which is going to be called New London. Anything sitting in these? Ooh, behind there. Right, I think take some nails, I guess, would be what we would call them. $100 nails. Right, I think these timbers and wood plank, these are only, you don't build with them. Building stuff, which is good and bad. It was like, as the building's fairly simplified in its materials, but that does make it a lot easier to get building. A lot of the building, even the advanced stuff, is stone and basic wood and stuff. All pretty good. Right, so we're gonna probably be coming back here quite a lot to I don't know about how much of this I'm going to pull down. Some of it I'm going to have to pull down for resources. I think the thing is, if I take all the benches away, then I won't be able to build, but eventually once I get the new place built. I've loved this little place. It's been, you know, essentially just 3 buildings: storage building, the crafting building, you know, and the ship building. And we started having just a little hut for myself and a little trading place. But yeah, we're making a start on New London, which for people that are interested is well, it's fairly central in the map. It's some nice pretty islands than the swamp. It's got no mines on it, but I did sort of feel, really, with the fast travel, I mean, it's kind of a shame some of the mines aren't close to, because I'd like to port straight out of a mine with my goods, but yeah, we can't do that, so that's okay. Anytime you get to a shore, you can use the ship, and we'll probably have to do a bit of copper mining on my iron mining on my iron mine island. There are trees on my island, so New London is going to be built here. It is going to be on this island that's probably, I think, the most unique. Everybody has these islands in the game, so it's not as procedural as people make out. So your island might be slightly in a slightly different position, but I think it will still be central because most of the swamp stuff's up to the north and things. And I mean, I've got a grand idea. I don't know how well it will work with multiple bonfires. I've got 2 bonfires down already, and I need to put 3 or 4. But essentially, I'm going to build New London on these 2 plots of headland here, and here. And there's going to be a causeway, a bridge, a connection between these 2. Whether we have ships going through this gap or not, I don't know. We'll see what is possible. And I've got a few ideas of some of the buildings. Some of the buildings I might get some inspiration for some videos, but amongst the buildings is going to be a tavern, herb gardens, storage chambers, and probably, if I've got space, a what do you call them? Sort of like a rose garden type thing, which will be mostly decorative. I hope to build a power lighthouse, a main building that will be sort of my home, which will have rooms, dining rooms, a throne room. You know, probably because we'll have multiple bonfires. There might be some more storage there. I might see if I can sort of build, or not build, but probably set out a space for some animal sort of farms, because I'm hoping this game will introduce animal husbandry like Enshrouded. And at the moment, the plan is that this side will be storage, gardens, crafting, sort of, so the sort of worker side being the north side or west side, and then this south and east side is going to be the grand building, the tavern. The lighthouse probably will be built. I mean, it either gets built on this headland here, or it gets built on this headland here. I mean, it would make sense to put it on the outer part. There's ships to the island. So yeah, I mean, I've already laid down some foundations. I need just bucket loads of wood and stone, and I need to build chests and things. I need to get rid of a lot of the potions and stuff that I'm carrying. In fact, I could probably take these potions off, as we're not planning to do any combat. Something we might get into a bit of combat if we're making our way through and getting attacked by animals and all that jazz. Already got a travel bell down, so I don't need that. Take some of that to put guest. I think clay to mine there, so I don't know how much of that I'll take. My iron is empty. Take more. How much we've got here? But yeah, easy to come back and grab stuff. Hey Boxing, how you doing? Welcome back. We are making a start on the Grand Pirate Port of New London. Which is on this island. I don't know, in a couple minutes you may have done my explanation. So yeah, I'm planning to build on both these. I mean, it might build out to almost into the foothills here with some of the animal stuff or whatever, or just zones for it. But yeah, these two bits of headland are the plan. Let me check if anybody's on Twitch. So And broadcasting on all channels. I didn't check properly, but I think good. So yeah. As I say, I've got I don't think I could call them detailed plans. I've got an idea for some zonal stuff, and the rest, specific buildings, will sort of come as we build them. I'll get some inspiration on a few types of buildings. So welcome to New London. Bum, ba, da, ba. It is just
no idea how often I've had to treat sailors
just concrete at the moment,
inflicted on them by their own captains.
laid out a big sort of initial dock, but as I say, it's going to be on this side. The build, let's have a look. I mean, I might be able to build stone across this gap because it just chucks it down. I mean, I kind of want to have a drawbridge and something, but you know, so over there will be the lighthouse, tavern, the Grand Palace, all subject to change, of course. Hey, boo. And we'll see. I don't know how many streams or episodes I'll do of building the base, how quick stuff will get done. Obviously, I've done all the content in the game as far as so I've got a little bit of XP to get level 15. I'm actually just a little bit short, and I've got to whether I'll put them on the stream. I've got these 2 side missions to do. Everything else was done, including the main mission, of course. Got a fish to catch. We've got everything from the Cursed Swamps. Needed now Ashlands. So, as I say, I'm not particularly good at explaining stuff. I'm a bit dyslexic, probably a bit ADHD and all sort of things, so it might be a ramble of explanations, but at the moment these docks are going to be stone. I could change it to wood. The wood looks really nice. I just don't have a lot of wood, but I could have stone one side and wood the other side. I've put these posts up. They're not structural at the moment, but I want a certain amount of just open box space. So there won't be sort of any major structures here. Yes, I've got some temporary structures up, like the benches and stuff, just to be able to build stone and stuff. And I've got a signal thing up, which will be probably used over there when we build a lighthouse. I could move it back. Part of me's thinking it's actually not big enough. But buildings and gardens and stuff would sort of start this side. So at the moment, in my head and sort of in my rough sort of drawing, I've got this side of the island is going to be crafting, storage, main storage. I'm going to need storage locally on both sides a little bit, but the main storage, sort of a dock space that will make looking more docky. So, and again, I'm just going to play around with lots of stuff. I've got a few more blueprints to get, so I will have to do some sessions on the sea. I might stream them, I might just do them on stuff where I gain some more gold, more items to turn to gold. This now, is it in here? There's some things. And some stuff I'm just going to slap up just to sort of Like, I really don't like this arch. I mean, I wanted a big arch and something, but it's not going to stay there. But you'll have to excuse some structures, even like these ones, because I'm just putting some things down to see what they look like physically, aesthetically and stuff, and then I will either go, yeah, they look nice. Now we've got the where's the cranes? Beams. But apart from the grand house, so I think the tavern I'm going to build in wood. The grand house and palace and stuff will be stone. There's practical stuff to build, of course, for making stuff. Creation? Oh yeah. These sort of things. So, you know, aesthetically, you know, I might have a couple of these around, looking like they're doing something. Not enough material. Suppose I didn't bring much. What are these made out of? Oh, rope. Near problem. I can make more rope. I'm going to need rope and nails, so let's make 20 rope. As I say, a lot of this is just temporary. Look docky. Even the bonfires and all that stuff probably do. This causeway, I think if it does build all the way out, I will do that. At the moment I'm building this this stone. I think it's a bit better than the other stone for like a stone kind of pier. But it kind of does build it to the... I wish you had climbing in this game. But when you put stuff down, it snapping on. That's but when you've got a side to snap onto, so I may well change this, and obviously I don't know where the circles end. It's about here, I think. Oh no, look, we can see the line. But then I'm going to have another one on the other side, so some of this will get rebuilt, and I'll either have a cutout. I kind of want to say I want to kind of have a bridge that ships can go up. Maybe not the big ships, maybe, but practically I'm going to need to get to both sides of the islands as well. So for now. Goes so far, and then we'll build out from the other side, try and get the two ends to meet. Yeah, so what I'm sort of thinking over here is I'm thinking maybe storage over here on the right hand side, or vice versa, and crafting buildings over on the left hand side here. And then behind these crafting and storage buildings, we will have farms and garden. So I can't remember what will look, because we've got some things that look flowery. They're just like the gardens that I'm not going to use. I mean, obviously everything's harvested the way the game made it. I kind of wish now there was a lot more stuff. But you know, lime trees look pretty. The leeks look pretty with their purple flowers. So does the flax, and the plum seedlings and stuff look good. I don't know if they're blueberries or some sort of plum. They look like blueberries, but then cocoa plum. What a cocoa plum is. Sweet potatoes can look quite pretty and stuff. So, you know, some of them might be duplicated or whatever, but I'm not really going to need food too much. But I kind of want to design some gardens that will just be, because, you know, we do have fountains and stuff. I don't think I'm missing major decorations. But, you know, we've got fountains. This is the biggest fountain at the moment. So, and the building, as I say, is quite good because everything's pretty much made of stone or wood. And then we've got decorative pots and like that. So yeah, I mean the storage I kind of need down really, because we've got some temporary storage. Probably gonna do the storage in stone. I don't want everything to be stone, so I want to use I might actually use this stuff, which is sort of a mix of stone and timber as far as its look. Yeah, and I've got to work out if I had that there, but I think with the flooring, this isn't really meant to be flooring, although it will be probably for the outside dots. I want. Thanks, Boxing, for the algorithm stuff. Appreciate that. I think some wood flooring would be good. This stuff might be a bit too fancy. Storage, I mean, because I want to save it for the. Wanted to see was because it can be raised up a little bit, like on these slats, but. But if I use this, which looks awesome. So I'm probably either going to do that or even this. Some flooring. Other stuff have we got? Large floor logs or planks. Can you just bung down bits of flooring here that are this size? That one would be doing. Slightly different. Obviously you've got the tiles which are awesome for but I'll use the tiles on the crafting side, maybe for some of the kilns and stuff. Got a smaller hatch, triangular hatch. need to go back and see. But then, like, from this point of view, it's gonna look a bit weird having two sides meet. I also could build buildings on some platforms, so you know we could raise everything up a bit. That key does a little bit up, so you know we could have stuff that's raised off the ground a bit. We can also pillar it with all kinds of things, so I could put some pillars down. Kind of weird because not the way I've got these blocks, because it either goes there or hangs over the side. I don't like. Yeah. You know, once you do a pillar or something like that, you can snap onto it, although it does seem to do that, leaving the pillar half exposed, which I don't want to do really. Anyway, so we're not going to use that or that or that. Don't think I'm going to use this for here, much as it's one of the best looking floorings. We won't use that. And then with these walls, walls pillared. Do some of that. I mean, it is, I don't know, it kind of looks a bit weird. I mean, it's a nice corner sort of piece at the bottom, but then and I think it looks better a step in than right on the edge. On the edge looks kind of weird. And I don't want every building just to be sort of square and boring. So, you know, we might have some L shapes and stuff. Sizes, I don't know. I might make them too big, too small. There'll be lots of back and forth, I'm sure. My indecision and procrastination are going to go off the charts, you know. So have a look at windows and doors. So this is going to be a stone with wood construction. It's sort of a warehouse. I mean, I'm kind of thinking a door should be on it, maybe something like this. But then on the other side, I think sometimes an arch would be good. Like, you know, to be open. I mean, practically, even if I have doors, I'm going to leave them open because I'm going to be going in and out quite a lot. Right. Yeah, so as I say, so there's going to be some dockland frontage, which will have cannons and cranes and various things on it. We'll do something with this arch, but it's not going to stay the way it is. But I wanted it to be a bigger arch, and so I was playing around with this, where you put the arch thing and then join it. But then, because it's that size, it doesn't arch. It's too much flat, so it's kind of looks weird. And I don't have any other stone pillars. These pillars that are stone, there's a few different types. Well, actually, there's not. There's a bottom, a top, and a thing, but they're not very wide. So they look a bit skinny. Even with this arch that I've got on it. Yeah, I'd like a wider circumference pillar, but I don't think it's in the game. So, cack. But also, as you saw with this arch there, if you just put standard arching, you can build stuff from scratch, but it's difficult to do the arch per se. You know, because you've either got, you know, something that looks like this, or you've got something that looks like this. Then this is kind of weird because it's actually not very tall. You either need to put it up like that and then build a base, or, you know, if you stick it down on the ground, it's fine for like a building doorway, but then it's not a grand arch. But anyway, I think not going to use that. I mean, this building's going to be more wood. I don't have any wooden arches, but there may be some blueprints. How much in the way of gold? Sometimes you can add things to snapping and take them away. Like, so I added that so I can add this just for aesthetics for corners, which are quite nice. But a more rustic pillar might be better. What we're doing. So I actually think the large floor planks probably look better. Seem to snap one, put one down, but I need to do this door. Make sure the wood's going the same way. I actually think if we're doing sort of like a storage room... Hey Dusty. What am I building? I'm building a whole new mega pirate capital called New London. So we finished the game last Friday as far as content, and I've picked this island. So make sure that I didn't mention it on it too long ago. Hope it's still there, but I was in building menus. So I'm going to build on both these peninsulas. I mean, there's a building fire thing. So I'm going to have a lighthouse, a wooden tavern that's got 3 or 4 floors, and a master palace, castle, I don't know what I want to call it. On Pirate Days, they didn't really use castles. Fort, some sort of home fort with the dining room and throne room and stuff like that. Over this side, we've started off just laying out some, all this stuff's temporary, but cause just looking at build materials and stuff, so we're going to have an open dock area that's just full of outdoor dock stuff, like cannons and cranes and stuff. And then on the other side of these pillars, I'm going to be building storage and crafting. With the kilns and all the crafting things, there'll be some structures over this side. And then at the back of all this, I'm going to build the botanical gardens, fountains and stuff. Yeah, it feels good. I mean, you always wish there was sort of more content and stuff, but I did go pretty hard over 12 days getting the game done. I've got 2 sort of side quest things I can do, and a bit more stuff to get money. There's some of the blueprints I should double check. So yeah, so this is going to be docks and the working side of New London, with your crafting and your storage and stuff, and then some gardens. Well, not so much gardens, probably the farming, and the food harvesting. So sort of the farms are going to go back here, and then over that side, if I'm going to do the tavern, the lighthouse, and the palace, I'll try and do something where I create. And I might try and use some shapes. It's going to be a bit difficult to do in this game because you've got set, and I'm a little bit limited with space and stuff. But I want to build some mini gardens that were sort of really. I'll probably be using things like Hampton Court as my. Hampton Court was built in the 1400s, but it's been a working palace all the way through. Got some very nice gardens and lawns and stuff. We don't really have grass or lawns in this, so but I might be able to build some sort of angular gardens. Pretty much all of that will get flattened over there. I've sort of got this half a vision in my head of the structure of the layout of the zones, let's say. But what materials we're going to use, what shapes they're going to, who knows? A botanical garden. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I'll show you, Dusty. We've got, I mean, it's not bad. It's not like, so, I might not have the building material, so we've got things like this. We've got, things like this. We've got fountains, bigger fountains, more plants. They don't really have a grass thing. Grand fireplaces. Don't have the resources for that yet. I'm trying to think, because, well, look, Joker's been doing more building than I have, but I don't think, because this game isn't voxel based, so you can't sort of dig down and create sort of stuff like you can in Shrouded, where you can create underwater bases and underground bases and dig down on terrain. There's some flattening and hard, we can do a bit of terrain stuff, but I don't think we can replace the floor per se with grass. I'd like some lawns. Grand staircases, all that stuff. Just whatever my imagination comes up with, Dusty. How high can you go up? Pretty high. They have got some stability stuff in there. I mean, so the lighthouse is probably going to be 100 feet high or more. I mean, Enshrouded is much better building because they have no stability in that. So you can, as long as you've got a flame zone or whatever, you can build platforms in the sky. So in Enshrouded, you've got people building bases like 1,000 feet up in the air. Because it's got a wingsuit and you've got some sort of flying with a wingsuit and stuff in Enshrouded. This game isn't voxel based. You don't terrain differ. But I've seen some structures, but I think we can build high enough. So we can probably build 100, 150 feet high for the tower. So, yeah. So what am I building, Dusty? I don't really know. It's called New London. It will be a big pirate base with many sort of zones. And that's really all I'm going to be doing in the game now, is this building. Done everything else. As I say, I'm putting stuff up just to see what it looks like. Playing around. Seeing what works, what doesn't work. So at the moment, I kind of practically need it. So I'm trying to build a storage room. But I also think if this is going to be a storage room, some pillars inside. I mean, they're not needed from a building point of view. But we've got slim ones like this, and we've got big ones like this. Maybe the bigger one. And then I've got a choice to make. I'll probably mix it up because with the storage, apart from this one, I think they're all 28 slots. 28 slots, 28 slots. I've got barrels, 28. And I've got, yeah. But I can have... Well, let's do it. So I can have this. I can have this. I don't know if I've got all the materials to build this. I can have boxes. I can have barrels. I can have the fancy chest. I can have this chest. I can have this chest. I can have this chest which was used in the last base. And I won't put the pots down, but I've got them over above the table. So yeah, so you can mix and match. I mean, obviously things like some of these first four look a bit sort of piratey and things, but you know, so do the chests, and I'll probably mix and match them so we can keep weapons and gems and stuff in some of these. And this game's really good, allowing you to sort of stick things to the wall. So, you know, I can sort of have them. Well, I didn't actually do that very well. Put it right next to the wall, and then you can back them. Now I'm probably not going to need as much storage. I mean, I don't know, I'm going to need thousands of wood and thousands of stone, so now that's why I'm thinking with this storage room that I think I would like to. Yeah, so it's going to be a bit unlike all my other streams and stuff because it's not going to be gameplay. I've got a wonderful imagination, Dusty, and boxing and stuff. I've got, but it's not very focused, and you know, and then I and ah and procrastinate. Oh, do I do this? Do I do that? So there'll probably be a lot of. No, I don't like that. I'm changing it. This game's very good at just. Because you get all the resources back and stuff, so I love games that just allow you to craft. I'm just building a big square block here, aren't we? But I can put inner walls and stuff, so I can put some pillars up to look like it's sort of supported. I'm just not sure which size. Oops. Oops. Foundation stone. So I might sort of have it slightly L-shaped or something with a bit of partition walls, and then we've got so many different things for walls to do. Windows and I probably won't do this stuff because it will look a bit cack. mahogany, a bit fancy. I kind of think probably just something like this. So I might have some internal walls where you go in and like my weapons and gems can be in one part, and I mean the storage room doesn't need to be, I mean it probably only needs to be, how many blocks have I done here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I've gone 8 long. At the moment I've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide, 8 by 5. So yeah, so as I say, I've got the sort of zones. So we've got tavern, we've got homes. I mean, this game can be multiplayer. I think Enshrouded's up to 16 people. I think this is only 4, but people can join your world or something. So if I build, and what I would like to do is with the separate buildings as well, is have some streets with some street. I mean, you've got quite a bit of street lighting. I mean, not mate. I mean, it's like, you know, there are things like this. I don't know. I've got the metal here at the moment, so we can have some sort of standing lamps, and then we've got rectangular lamps. Some of them I expect we can just create our own. I don't have metal, but we can create our own sort of street lighting. So I want between the buildings for it to feel a bit sort of, you know, I don't know, see where it takes us. Exactly. I'm still lost with it, Dusty, because it's like, so yeah, while I've got an idea of zones and streets and garden zones, storage zones, sort of layout, but I just didn't want everything to be, you know, and I only stopped building back here because I ran out of stone, so I don't think that's wide enough, because I'm going to probably have storage both sides, and then that was 8. I could come back 10. That 10. Also, when I keep running out of brick, stone and wood and stuff, I'm going to have to go off and just do some boring chopping stuff down. I'll do as much of that off stream as I can. I've got resources I can take down from the sort of gameplay village that I had. We've got a lot of things in this game where you've just got pieces, you know, like things, you know, so I can create, like, if I say, well, okay, I want some curbing, you know, you can just, you know, so yeah, there's lots of stuff that we're going to play around with. I'm thinking these are probably a bit too big, so I think the columns are probably going to be that size. So let me How are you anyway? Sorry I've not been on. I've had a bit of a crazy few days. My world's sort of like all over the place at the moment, and say I finished this game Friday with a bit of I've got more Assassin's Creed Shadows stuff to do. So yeah, things up and down a bit at the moment. But yeah, so, and I don't want to have too firm an ideas of what a building is going to exactly turn out like. Is, you know, we'll just see, and we'll change and we'll adapt. If I've got people watching live and that, I will say, do you like this door? Do you like that door? You know, because I can have this door. I could have no door. I could have an arch. I could have this type of door. Is smaller. What about that one? But then even small details, like I say, this is, I don't know if I should have risen this off the floor a bit, but I need to make sure that all the buildings, so I mean, this, as I say, this stone I put down is meant to be foundation, so while some of it will lay open plan as a thing, I think this mahogany wood doesn't look good. I think I'm going for a slightly older wood style. So I think we'll go... I got a base on that style set, and I've got some blueprints still to buy. But yeah, you know, we can create quite a lot with blocks and lights and what have you. And then I'm thinking of using these. So one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's halfway. I want 6, maybe 7. Ba-da-bum. I haven't got endless resources either at the moment, so I might build a back way into the structure, but and then if I did have this divided up, we probably just use this kind of wood. So we make the interior look a little bit roomified. All need its lighting. Getting to be dark. So, and I don't know. I mean, obviously, if nobody watches the streams and stuff like that, and there's little interest in me building New London, I might, you know, we'll see. But at the moment, I kind of think, well, if I can focus on building, you know, storage, and so tonight will probably be storage and maybe start on the crafting areas, then I can start working on some of the buildings. Some of the buildings are simpler than others. I think I'm particularly short a bit of wood. Best looking interior wall. I don't have... I've got this stuff, but rubbish doesn't really look. Stone, of course. Dead. That looks a bit... moment, I'll probably get couple of lights, see what I'm doing. So the stream will change these to interior lights. You're doing well. You're busy. Your days have been full. Looking forward to a vacation, but it's not going to be soon. But do you mind me asking where you think you're going? Have you worked out on a destination? That later in the summer, like August time or something, or even next year. I'd like to do. I did a lot of travelling when I was younger or something like that. Be out, hire an RV or something and just drive around Europe and UK and stuff. Stay in a different city every sort of 3 days, 4 days. Travel around, sell all my stuff, do travelling. These beams are going, are they? Hidden up. So I don't think I'm going to need a bigger beam if I want them to show. I mean, I've got stained glass windows and everything. I'll save that for the Grand Palace. Yeah, well, it shows a lot better with that, but it's still not. I just didn't want it to look bland wall. I don't know. We've got a stone structure outside. Well, stone out interior. Do that. Let's try a different material, see what we like. Bye. Wooden other I mean, these look quite good, but I don't know. Take these ones away. I don't know what they look like, but go. Keep it a bit more. I don't really like this round one area. I could have part wall and part open. it up the right height. Do 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 do. That's sitting lower. I don't really care what height it is, it just all needs to look the same, doesn't it? Yeah, as long as that top beam it puts in. And it goes. Oh no. Got stuff behind. That one up. Okay, that's better. And then I quite like these wooden, just these ones, wasn't it, I think. I like the corners, give it a nice bit of edging. Whoops. Makes the corners look a lot better. We'll do this to make sure. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the doorway wants to be this, but I wanted it to be a double doorway. I do. Need to move this building out another section. I do like symmetry. So nice the building in this game. So nice. Right, let's make sure this wood's all the same height. Same height. Okay, so kind of looks a bit weird. Walls not picking up for a reason. So yeah, I mean, I could do. I mean, I'll probably put a door here. Got. I need a. Hang on, that's a window, isn't it? That looks quite grand. Not sure what style to it. In fact, it's got top right now. I think it was probably the best. If these have an exterior interior look to the same. Quite like the little windows that you've got. Quite nice. Right, back to thinking about interior walls. Let's put some more flooring down. Widen the building just a little bit. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be the practical stuff that I've got working, you know, storage and stuff, and then I'm also eventually going to do stuff just for aesthetics and thematic stuff. You know, we've got all our decoration stuff we can do. You know, like having barrels and things for a storage room. Ropes and stuff. I wish these things were bigger. They're tiny. I thought they were going to be like 6 foot by 6 foot or something. I mean, the cannons, yeah, they're a nice size. Right. Walls. I don't know. I quite like the stone. I quite like these beams, but then when you shoot, if you completely wall it off, it sort of hides the arch. So, you know, I could have maybe I'll go with the stone because it matches the outside of the building a little bit. Not enough resources. So I think what I'll do is I'll group like storage together. So for example, I will have backs, bales, maybe some of these that are grouped together. I might do something in the corner, so if I put like back here, back here, did 1, 2, 3 barrels, and then boxes. These can back. Not enough resources. Okay, so I mean, I probably will use all the storage things. These two I'm not a big fan of how they look, really. Quite like those ones I've been using, and these ones, of course. And then the lighting in here and all kinds of stuff. Chandeliers and stuff, but haven't brought the metals yet to the town. And then we can put these things on. Some of them that I could say, okay, that's going to be ready-made food. This is going to be normal food. This is going to be clothing. This stuff could be alchemy. 2 of those. Actually, 3 of them. Pillars, beams. Got stone. Wondering whether to use these or not. Lighting. Well, we've got all kinds of choice for lighting. Well, this needs clay. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to put 1 or 2 of these up. Just so we can see they'll get replaced. Some metal fixtures. Put 1 or 2 up, so. I mean, as much as I like those, I don't think they're going to work. I mean, this whole place is going to have a route. I might keep these. And in here we would do probably some of the fancy chests. They do stick to the walls, great, but coming from this angle, look fine, but these sort of as close to without looking back by touching into the spaced out right. Gonna get full, but yeah, I mean something like that, and then Dusty went this thing. I did ask us if you're still there. Well, are you planning on a particular location or anything yet? Your holiday? I do. So. I mean, a low wall might look quite thing. It's just doesn't finished off at the top, does it? So I guess I would. These on. Backhanded. Roofs, I don't. It's a bit. We don't seem to have really stone roofs in the game. We've got these tiles. I'll probably use. Don't have any 45 of these tiles, but I'm not sure there is a 45. Right, goes back up on. What would you keep copper in? Right, let me dump this copper in here. these into ingots, copper backed on top. Let me drop off this wood.
The smallest details matter most.
I'll try and build some housing for some of the other characters that base houses. Go and grab more resources. I need some metals. Oops. Do need some clay. I can take it all just take wood, take that. Stone, I think, here somewhere. What we need the most at the moment. We drop this up and expect that for loads of things easy to do. Right, I haven't actually created the proper build another. Be mining stuff. I'll do the same sort of change of so copper and iron. What symbols have I not used yet? All the basic stuff. Okay, well that could probably come here. Once I feel like I've got a home. Stuff. So if we had probably all of these, we're probably going to have 2 for stone and 2 for wood, and then I've got the different woods, all that jazz. As I say, I'm hoping they'll allow us to type on these things. Be nice. So if I put wood in here, and I put hemp stone in, clay in here, and I need a bunch more. think. Cut down with an axe. Hemp. Not hemp, fibre. I think I put fibre in the first one. Just my way. Wood. Probably do for at least 2 stone. You watched those docs on the Nelson and the different battles yesterday. Oh, nice, nice. St. Vincent, they're well done, both in their explanation and the nice 3D graphics showing how the ships lined up and that. So it's a bit hard when history talks about a ship battle to actually sort of realise, but those videos help you understand how the tactics and the angles and how, you know, even if you weren't as big a ship as the ship you were attacking, if you could bring 3 ships to bear on a single capital ship or something. And of course the English guns would fire more rapidly. So I think generally back then we could fire 2 shots almost for their 1 shot as far as rate of fire, even though some of our guns are smaller. Hey, come along, got to do... I've got some rugs and stuff as well, which are quite nice, but I think there's 3 types of rugs at the moment. Nothing too massive. I'll start using them everywhere. But we have got some. I mean, this being a sort of warehouse and stuff, so I'm going to dot around, you know, livable stuff. About 1. That. I'll remove that. I mean, some of these things I would look quite good, I think. Just don't think I've got. What are these things? I think hardwood and rum bottles. Oh, it actually uses rum bottles. Costly. Put up temporary lights. And then I'll take away the thing and stand. Right, I need to keep going back and getting stuff. I've got a couple patches to play just on this headland as well, so we can farm that. But bring the bench upgrades here because we've got much stuff here. Change them. I'm a bit worried, well not worried, but I don't want to take down the other base stuff too much because if I do I'm going to find I can't make something, so until I've got it sort of fully replaced.
Observation precedes understanding.
I think I need to go mine iron though, but let's take all that. Another batch of the stuff, food stuff. I mean, a lot of these items are not too difficult to build. Copper and wood. So I think where possible I will duplicate them rather than just take them. Build mode your Pratt. Some of this just temporary stuff, see what it look like. I might leave some of this up for nostalgia. I don't know. How many slots have we got? I should take what seeds I can. Pick up lots. I could just start taking this stuff. Take a mix at the moment. Alchemy stuff. Did you enjoy the unboxing? I mean, a lot of this stuff, I think, because I'm going to start on the crafting zone layout. I want to pull it all up and then move it, so I might as well. Right, alchemy stuff is going in here, so I'm going to put this stuff, this one can have that kind of stuff in it. Really got a place for seeds yet. I could have these for seeds. Sack. I suppose you could put things on these. There's not a thing for seeds per se. You can stick them on. I'm going to look at it, don't I? Yeah, I mean, especially in naval stuff, because a lot of, I mean, admirals and commodores and stuff. I mean, they didn't, even though a lot of them then wouldn't sort of fight. I mean, when the big wars happened, a lot of the admirals, we lost hundreds of admirals and commodores and stuff. But you didn't get to those ranks unless you'd been a lieutenant and a captain and a post-captain, full captain, commodores and stuff. I mean, if you go onto Wikipedia and stuff, boxing, and have a look at the ranks, although they'll often show you the modern day ranks, you need to actually, when you're googling it, you need to put in like age of sail, you know, British naval ranks. You get, you know, because obviously they changed and amalgamated a lot of stuff and everything, but and also stuff on uniforms. There's quite a lot of stuff on Wikipedia and stuff about the ranks and the uniforms. Quite interesting how the sort of structure was, and you know, a lot of the aristocrats and stuff, you know, were sort of the officers and stuff, but then a lot of them were killed. I mean, especially in the big wars, you know, and privateers and stuff. That wall sticking through there. But I'll take it out and put it back. And I'll show you through. Step. Oh, cool. Coolio. Right, what else have I got on me? I've got metal here, so... Right, what I was going to do was put copper at the bottom. And this is why I want to be able to write on them and stuff. And up here we'll put copper ingots. And this can be iron bits, iron bars. Clay. And there's stone. Oh yeah, both stone. Okay. Go back and get some more. Something, you know, this can be a street down here kind of thing. Should, a bit hard to do it, but I should put some stuff to remind me, because then I can say, well, the street's going to be sort of this wide at least. Have some lights. Well, probably level with this post. You know, put down some markers that can turn a corner. I might, because we've got the trader stalls, so there's a couple trader stalls, so I can try and make them a bit like a shop. Technically they need to be indoors, so they need a roof. But I can't, and rather than putting a big market hall, I think I would try and make smaller stalls, so to speak. Gotta have a roof on them. Yeah. For this stuff, I think we could go. Oh, doing this a lot. Taking out the wrong bits of buildings. Right, so now we've got some storage going. Like these. I created a food one, yeah. Food probably isn't going to be stored. I'll probably do a kitchen. Definitely. I think for now, in there. I'll try and do a building for kitchen. It wasn't often prison, but I mean it varies. I mean, obviously, sort of like the pirate times and places were different and stuff. I mean, a lot of prisoners were kept but then put to work, you know, like work camps and things like that, particularly if they were just general joke logs, you know, they weren't executed or die of, you know. But they didn't really keep prisoners too much back in those days because it would cost money and cost food. You know, don't forget these were times when they didn't really care about people, so you were either executed, killed, released. But I know that a lot of the officers, if you were captured, because both sides would capture them, so they would spend a period of time in jail, but a lot of the officers were then exchanged. You know, so if you, I don't know, let's say you had a big battle and you lost 25 officers, I mean, it would go both, and you would have battles where, I don't know, let's say Spain won, but, you know, we would still have caught, you know, it wasn't like, well, one side was just held the captives, because you could have people boarding ships or capturing some people from those ships, and then you lose the battle and sail away or whatever. So, you know, there'd be prisoners on both sides. And certainly from midshipman, I think midshipman was the lowest officer rank. And they were often exchanged, either for money or for direct, you know, well, we've got some of your midshipmen, you know, we've got 10 of these guys, if you give us 10 of our guys, we'll give you them back. So, particularly when either it was, but you know, if you look at France and you look at Spain and stuff like that, I mean, England often at war with them, but there were also quite a few periods where we weren't at war with them and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, the officers tended to be exchanged for money or other officers, and the lower ranked people were either, you know, press ganged into stuff, or, you know, they didn't have modern prisons things where they try and rehabilitate people or lock them up for 20 years or something. So, you know, you either died in prison or whatever, because they didn't want to just feed them and just have some prison sort of thing. So, you know, if they weren't putting them to work or exchanging them back for their own people, then, yeah, especially back in the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s. Right, so I mean, these posts for me were a bit of a marker. They're not actually, I mean, I can chain them and stuff, but obviously we can take this one out, it's right in the middle there. So I do have chain, I don't have chain. I mean, a lot of this building stuff, although I did slap a few things down, a lot of it I'm still got chain here, but I think it's vertical chain, isn't it? Yeah. Don't have a lateral chain. I've got these, but you know, we can sort of do that a bit. As I say, I put these posts down as sort of a bit of a marker, make sure the lines. Right, okay, let me drop off. So seeds I was putting. This got alchemy, isn't it? This stuff's really building. I'll put it in. Stuff I don't actually build with. So it's not a. This bit, it's an ingredient. So one of these sides, so if this is the side street, let's say, coming down here with things, so I mean they're going to need roofs. So then if I've got these trading things, you know, I could then have them here, and then we just build them functional roof. It's kind of a shame I can't even put it down. But I'm going to play around with that. But I don't, you know, so I'm thinking a bit of a street down here, but then they're not, you know, then there'll be another street that's sort of coming this way. And then I'm thinking like some kitchens and some trading places in the middle, and then crafting. Now this might have different kind of flooring. I mean, the kilns and stuff, I think I'm going to kind of think where they'd want to be, because they can be outside. See where one block starts and ends, but these would look better up on a platform. Building block, I can't put these foundation stones, I can't. I've stone, I thought I brought stone with me. Foundations going so they won't build. Building that. Right. Does it here but not? Because of the tile floor. might be right. Would be that height, but not good. So can I put a... Yeah, now it will let me do this. Probably could put the flooring. And probably play around. I mean, the thing is, with a lot of, I don't really need to make things too much now that we've can. So put these stones. I'd rather not use the tiles underneath, but they're probably going to be wrong height. I'd get away with it. Probably keep that flooring there. It doesn't really match there, doesn't it? But they would be. Another thing I thought about was the kind of recognition Nelson got from the British public. Yeah, I mean, it was celebrated and, you know, but he became much famous because he died. And if he hadn't have died, I mean, it's true of a lot of characters, you know, that they become bigger after life than, you know, especially if they fell in battle or... But, I don't know if I linked you the Cochrane story, but if you watch the Lord Cochrane video that I linked, you'll be blown away really with what that guy did in his life, and you'll go, well, why haven't I heard of him? I mean, obviously people in the know, but he's not known as well as... I don't know now whether to put another set of things just to make this look symmetrical on this side. I mean, I need to do kilns, but kilns are actually bigger size. Don't know, so I have the double up. Although, as I say, we're not really going to need this many things. But I'll get them in alignment with each other. CD will quickly trip out. They don't look aligned at all. supply is giant kilns at the end here. Out stone. And it looks like it, doesn't it? I don't think I've really got much stone back at the camp. I'm going to have to... I've got quite a bit of stone back in the mine. That I can go grab. Take that away. Those there. Now we've got I've got ingots here, so I got mixed emotions about taking this stuff away because, you know, it did us the game, but functionally we're not going to need it. If I take all that from the box can go. Yeah, I'll take that. That can go, this can go, this can go. A couple of those will give us a bit more stone. A bit more here we can take. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, well, I mean, one, I've got to get the storage up and the crafting and stuff, and then mines. So the earlier part of this, as I call it, New London build, is going to be a bit slow or something because I'm relocating stuff and then to mine more stuff. Once we get more of the basics built, I'll be able to do even more creativity. But I'm going to do powder in. That's what we are. Stuff in. Up here. Get some out. Iron. I was going to put ingots at the top. Raw iron. I think I'm going to need multiple raw iron though, because there are only stacks of 15, so. We've got some clay here, so have a look at the roof. So I could give this a wooden roof, but we don't really have wooden roofs. Well, unless there's somewhere up. There might be in a pack I don't have. I don't want to do them in this stuff. I mean, I must have missed something, 'cause surely they have wooden roofs. But for the moment, we can do these. I don't know. I like high roofs. I'm just wondering now whether to make this 3. Let's have a look. Because then I feel a bit imposed. I don't go for another level, but I don't know, maybe. I guess with the angle makes it. Yeah, some of the rooms I like. Bit of height to them. There's this threshold beam up here. Got a nasty gap as well between the wall and the 2060. However, harbour, there is a nice, what was that guttering thing that we tried on the other building? On my base. This. Bit of decoration. You walk past St Paul's Cathedral hundreds of times but never knew it was Nelson's tomb there. Really? Yeah, well next time you go past there you should pop in or something, because you know his tomb and stuff, and then you know if you're ever in Paris, obviously Napoleon's tomb is pretty amazing building and setting, although his body wasn't moved there till about 20 years after he's died, because they wouldn't repatriate his body while they still hated him until history view of him changed. Yeah, of course we've got Nelson's column and stuff, but it's easy to think of these London monuments as just places where people hang out and drink and do drugs and you know, what have you, but they all had a meaning. You know, oh, that's just a statue or a column, or Churchill or Cenotaph. people not realising the history behind it. It's a shame, but can't force people to learn history. I think they need to want to do it for themselves. Or there's a cornice thing. It's this something cornice. It's in wall special. Right. So you see how that sort of stone and the roof don't, you know, look very good just where they meet, but start slamming in a few of these. It looks pretty nice. Well, I might do more of those later, but it just really gives it that nice proper connected look to it. Too much resources to do. Minor touches, but if I put a few there, it will remind me to finish them off. Let's see. A bit more of this. Done. I haven't got that much clay. Maybe enough to do this roof. I don't know. Got 50, probably enough. Right, now I can meet this roof as I've done it. Could put a not needed if this size. Hey, what I do want it to do. Get a bit of a better view. I think I messed that up somewhere in the middle. actually quite costly, this stuff. Which is not right. Out a bit, but that one perfect. I'm having a bit of a problem. Or we do that though, do we? We have a gap. Not quite right about it. That doesn't right. Don't match up. It doesn't match up, does it? It doesn't look too bad from the outside. You've got the angles. Watch the Thomas Crock one next. Well, he lived a lot longer, so I think he was certainly around after Nelson. I'd have to double check. I mean, it's similar time and stuff, so so yeah. He was around with Nelson and similar time, and then lived. He lived until, I mean, the guy became an MP as well. Or something. He was an admiral and MP. You know how he survived his early battles and stuff. I've no idea. The guy should have died 50 times over. But almost caught. So he was born in 1775 and he died in 1860. Nelson. No. So Nelson was born 58. Cochrane was born 75, 60. So he was born about 17 years after. But obviously Nelson died 1805 at the Battle of Trafalgar at 47. But Cochrane died at the age of 84, 1860. So, yeah. Then it being 3-corner piece in the end. I can't remember. Yes. Put the kettle on, I'm getting thirsty. I'm going to have a cocoa. Cup of tea now. You'll see those cornices actually fill in the holes instead of the get them in the top. Absolutely perfect, right? Floors and more special floors. Have enough to finish it all off. One out. Well, we've just got a roof on here. I did bring some metals. Might be able to change the lighting now to... What's going to do... And then the wall lights, I don't know, I mean, special metal candelabra is probably not the best thing for warehouse, storehouse. I kind of think I mean this is animal fat, but might look a bit more warehousey. This one, but then that takes clay. Run out of clay roofstone. Change those. I'm going to need more clay anyway. Go back, grab some more stuff. If you'd never come to my stream, I wouldn't have ever been aware of the importance of this stuff. Well, that's history for you. I mean, whether I mean, I think it's important. There's a lot of people that don't think it's important. You know, and there's still so much more that I don't know on subjects I'd want to learn more about or go into more in-depth stuff. I spent a bit less time gaming, and I mean, I'd quite like to, I mean, I couldn't create the documentaries, but I'd like to do some streams where I'm sort of watching other documentaries talking about history, but I don't think you can show other people's YouTubes and broadcast them and stuff on Twitch without problems, you know, other people's content, all that stuff. You know, again, it's like there's so much history and stuff to learn, and you don't have to just stick to, as I say, you got Civil War, First World War, Second World War, you know, just think about the wars, but you know, I actually prefer, although all of it's fascinating to me, and I, you know, I love all kinds of history, good and bad, but ancient history, you know, the Romans, the Iceni, the British, the Vikings, the Celts, the Picts, you know, Scotland were originally just called the Picts. You know, Genghis Khan, the Shoguns era in Japan. You know, I played a lot of games because, I mean, again, gaming helped me because, like Crusader Kings 2 and 3 and stuff are great, and you start learning about, well, how did the Crusades come about? Not just, you know, I mean, I've read and watched a lot of stuff on the Crusades, the First Crusade and Second Crusade, and most people have heard of the First, Second and Third Crusades, but there were actually something like 14 or 17, and then they just sort of fizzled out into sort of, you know, but, you know, in a way it's still going on today. But then, you know, I was like, well, how did sort of Persia and the East, like, push out into Jerusalem and stuff? But that goes back to the Romans, because the Romans with the Eastern Roman Empire and Constantinople pushed east, you know, they went into and conquered a lot of those lands, but they couldn't sustain it, and in sort of layman's terms, you know, once the Roman Empire sort of fell apart, Constantinople was sacked. I mean, Constantinople's been sacked countless times. But then the East, you know, came back and took, you know, but we still have a sort of East v West, you know, even in today's time. But to understand, even to understand what's going on today in, you know, the Levant and that sort of area, you know, you often need to go back. And, you know, the Crusades is a really interesting time to read about and learn about. But to understand even the Crusades were like, you know, 1085 or something when they started, 1095. Those Crusade sort of things around those, and the rise of the Templars and stuff. But, you know, 1,000 years earlier, you know, obviously Christ and, you know, the Romans in Jerusalem and, you know, the Roman Empire. So, you know, and even before the Roman Empire, you then had the Greeks, because, you know, Alexander the Great took over parts of, you know, he even reached into India and pushed into Persia, and he conquered, you know, he killed, you know, King Darius and the Persians, and became a Persian king briefly. So, you know, you can't really understand the Romans in like Jerusalem time until you understand Alexander the Great and all that stuff that was happened before that. But they're like stepping stones, so you sort of need to understand the Alexander the Great stuff to understand the Jesus and Roman stuff, to then understand the Crusade stuff. And obviously the First Crusade and Second Crusade, and that they happened sort of pretty much over sort of a 200-year period. And I've got some great video links on some of the channels I already gave you that cover like the Crusades and stuff. But yeah, I mean, just, you know, capitals being sacked and reconquered, and leaders going to, I mean, it's just, they're all the thing is, they're all connected. That's the thing. You know, and people today are going, oh, well, you know, after the Second World War, and, you know, the Jews were given a place to live in, you know, which is all true and stuff. But it's like, yeah, but it dates back thousands of years before that. You know, what was going on with, you know, Persia and Asia and, you know. And when I sort of study that, I go, well, why did that come up? How did that, you know? And then you think, oh God, right, okay, so that's a legacy left over from the Rome. All right, let me learn about those then. How did they get there? And how did, well, yeah, but then there was sort of a legacy from what Alexander the Great was doing, like, you know, hundreds of years before the Roman Empire stuff. And you sort of think, well, holy hell, you know, I mean, all of what we call Turkey today and Syria and all that stuff, I mean, it was all. But when you play some of the games like Crusader Kings or even some of the other things, you start to learn about like the names of the empires and the date ranges of different empires, because the games allow you to play, you know, there was even the Rome Total War games that did the Alexander the Great stuff and everything. But you know, you can't learn it all at once though. So you start learning, and I say learning never stops, does it? So it doesn't. I mean, whether you, let's say, you can watch some videos about the Crusades, and I mean, some of them were, well, when they were released, they were like lots of episodes. But there's now some 6-hour videos that sort of were like what they covered for all of the First Crusade and the Second Crusade and stuff like that. So you can watch a couple out, you know, and within you know, a long weekend or something, you could pretty much have caught up on all the stuff to do with the Crusades. And then, you know, but as I say, with stepping stones, you go back and learn about the Greeks and Alexander the Great. And I mean, you know, that guy was just nuts, man, because what he achieved and what he did, and he died at like, was it 31 or I think 33 or something? I mean, he died pretty young, but like he conquered like a third of the world or something in like 10 or 12 years. It's crazy, you know. You know, today we might get stuck in a war in Iraq or Vietnam for like 10 or 12 years. It's like Alexander the Great was like, fuck that, I'm gonna conquer, you know, the known world in like, you know, the same period or quicker. My resting back at this base is 29. I don't know what the maximum is. I kind of think it might be 30. There's something I'm probably missing in this base. I think these things here, these got a bit of metal. We'll take these off. Up and back. This down, but there. Right, let's just grab some more random stuff. Did I check? Empty. Got a few to use if I need them. But this is sort of all the crafting that, oh, she's got caught by desks. I'm gonna take this stuff. Weapons. Take the bullets. Take the outfits. Take a lot of this stuff. But I don't, you know, the point I'm also making, boxing though, is, I mean, I don't think there is a real you don't have to do things sort of in a chronicle order or whatever. All I'm saying is any major part of history, you know, to understand England isn't just, oh, you know, King Charles and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's like, no, you know, it's like, what were we before the Romans came here, you know, 44 AD or something it was when they came to the UK. You know, and started building us straight roads and giving us e-commerce. We were just a bunch of tribes and stuff before that, and pagans and burning witches, and there was no organisation per se. You know, I mean, you think back to the Vikings. Well, that's a long time, but the Vikings didn't come to the UK. I call it the UK now, but you know, England, North England and stuff. That was like 865 or something. And then a lot of it was like 900s onwards, because for 40-50 years they just sort of did some raiding and stuff, and then they came to stay. You know, you've got the series The Vikings and things like that, which are fairly historical in places and dates and stuff, with Ragnar Lothbrok and all that stuff. You know, Ragnar Lothbrok was a real character, a real person, and based on his brothers and stuff. Yeah, that's another good TV series to watch, is the Vikings. But you know, that's like 900 years after, you know, the Romans came across. I mean, Caesar came across, but he didn't stay. Caesar was more sort of some raids, and then it was, you know, it was a little bit later that the Romans then came back to England and stayed, you know, and started setting up Canterbury and London and Londinium, as it was called back then. You know, they gave us a lot of the names of our places, you know, and then you know, you go on to the Vikings and 66 Harold and stuff like that. But again, you know, so you can just keep going back. you know, and you don't have to be an expert in every area, but I think if you can understand some of history and some of the countries based on all the connected things back to sort of recorded history and stuff and what we do know, I mean, there's be a lot that we don't know, but then you can better understand that country. You know, if you want to understand England, the UK and stuff, I mean, I love America. I've got cousins in America and all kinds of stuff, but I mean, Christ, they know nothing about their own country, let alone the world. You know, unless they're particularly educated and fortunate to do that, because their country's so big that, you know, they only ever sort of talk about their own problems. You know, they don't understand, you know, and they all want to go to Ireland and Scotland and stuff, and they think England's some poor boring cousin that, you know, but it's like, you know, now we know that Columbus and stuff, he wasn't the person who discovered the New World in America. You know, the Vikings were there hundreds of years beforehand, so it's now being proven and documented that Vikings came to North America before anyone else. You know, and a lot of the Native Americans were from South America and or, you know, Viking heritage. I mean, it's mostly sort of Canada and Nova Scotia and stuff, as we call it now, that the Vikings came to, but they've now discovered some camps and pits and stuff which go back, you know, 400 or 500 years before Columbus ever stepped foot there. And it's still important what Columbus did and the time he did it in and stuff, but, you know, you can then rewrite history. But the Vikings got everywhere, you know, North Germany and Russia. I mean, did you know that the Vikings were in Russia? You can go Google that if you want. I mean, there's whole parts of Russia that were Viking controlled. I was like, the Vikings were in Russia? Like, yes. They were everywhere. Look at that roof. How wonderful it looks. I wonder if we could put a window in there. Oh, that's down here. Window in. I like the fact in this game, like, windows, they all work. It's not just a looking window, it's a practical window. I need to think about this door then, because that thing with that big ledge, what do we have? We had this doesn't really work with the roof. This one. That doesn't work. Doing. Fill the gap. This thing looks great, but again, the roof part. Breaks the door. Bits that stick up which don't match my roof now. One's a bit better. I have to Fill bits in. Sure. I think this one looks probably the more natural. Bits better, but I don't know. Quite find my door type, but right, what have I got on me here? It's I don't think I've that. So weapons was going to go in here. I've got spare. Think lay light thing here. Lay. Thinking of putting clothing in here, and I've got conquest or tracker. Pikeman's tracker boots. Pikeman's need to make these clothing. Still struggling for light in here though. Plank gap. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lamp. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lamp works. No! Animal fat. Play this for a moment. Okay, this is getting there. Right, what else have I got? I need to try and find places, but this was going to be ingots, wasn't it? Stuff is going to be jewels. Really got a thing for clothing per se, but I'm going to put this in there for now. Great music.
I tried to mix medicinal herbs with pineapple juice. It ruined the juice.
Well, you're off on your own journey now, boxing of discovery. Yeah, I mean, in a few. I mean, I'll give you some more links of stuff to do with Alexander and the Crusades and stuff. Again, I've got some good visual stuff from those channels that's good in teaching you history, but also showing with diagrams and stuff about battles and regions and stuff. It's always a bit easier to consume that way. But obviously you can always get books or research stuff, look up Wikipedia and stuff and cross-check and do stuff. But yeah, you've got a whole bunch of stuff on the Civil War to look at, Vietnam War. You've watched that stuff on Nelson. You've got the Thomas Cochrane one too to do. So what else do I take from here then? So those then. That will soon become irrelevant really with all that. Let me take all that. Much of that as we can. Moving this across. Right, so we drop off things we have got. So in here I was putting that stuff. I think I'll put these here as well. Yeah, husks. This one, I think, bottles, stuff. I think in here we can put that. It doesn't matter, it takes it. Matter. Got a little bit. Got some clothing stuff already. This stuff, what was the stuff making again? I can't quite remember. I'm going to put it there for now, but we need to start bringing across tables. I need to start thinking about getting these zones. So what I was thinking of doing with this was, I only need one of these or two of these, but right, that needs clay. Okay, let's go get some clay, some do this bit. Oh, I've done that bit. Actually, it might not grow back. Clay does actually come back. I've got a second bonfire so I can build out onto this land. Bit of clay. I need wood things, so generally this whole place is going to get decimated, unfortunately. Let's play here. Mine this. I think this stuff, if we don't build out on top of it, it will grow back. You know, there's quite a lot of woods and sulfur, and I haven't mined them. There's 4 or 5 hardwood places. I'm really hoping in the new patch that maybe hardwood can grow back, but then they could maybe introduce that into required. Most of the wood stuff doesn't need hardwood to build. You know, apart from some ship stuff, so they've kept at the moment limited use of hardwood, and therefore having them not grow back kind of works. Right. But yeah, getting stone and wood, dropping these down. But when I do the farms, I mean, not only have we got the bushes and the berries and stuff, but I can replant a lot of trees in a sort of in a tree farm, banana farm and stuff. I'll just fill up my slots with all this stuff. I mean, you travel around London quite a bit boxing or something, you know, I think when you learn more about Churchill and Nelson and, you know, even Christopher Wren, who built a lot of the buildings, St Paul's and all that stuff, your Hampton Court and stuff, you know, then a lot of places that you drive past, visit, see or something, you start to go, oh, actually, you know, it's not. And as people live here and stuff, it's kind of, I don't know, it just feels a bit different when you know what these houses or monuments either used to do or represent something. Some things I don't want to knock down, I guess, like some of the plants and vegetation that grows back. Slot one, got loads of slots. I mean, as I'm not building things with fibre, I mean, using some things, but it's mostly wood and stone that I'm going to need for about 80% of the stuff we build, and then some of the metals, the copper and the iron, of course. Tea, wasn't there? What was it? Get a glass of milk. Don't know how much longer I'll think for it. It's quite quiet. I kind of thought the building stuff probably wasn't going to be that popular, but some nails out of this stuff and some wood. I want to get a little bit more done on the lot more slots, but I don't want to spend all my time just hacking wood. What did I need for this thing? Building only useful when building this right on the range of the, put it there but not there. That line is the boundary. Okay. Right, before I do that though, thing is you can't quite have the boundary, so I've got another boundary here with this fire, but I can't walk the fire. You can't, it's because they're circular or whatever, so I mean they're practically here, almost touching. Obviously as they're circular, you know, they're not touching here. But, you know. Well, this takes 20 clay. Loads of clay on me, what's... Oh, I need the iron ingots. Well... anyway, but you can stand in them, so I can build in the no-go zones as long as I'm standing in the build. So I'll hopefully we'll work around it. I mean, I did see a lot of people that are into the building because like a total crafting mode for this game, I think would still be good. But people want bigger bonfire ranges, and in a way I'd quite like them to be square, because if they're square you can sort of connect them. Because they're circular, it's yeah, you can't really. Have Geordie, thank you for that follow. Someone else is out there. But I'm going to need to dig out some of this stuff, aren't I? What this game needs is a bit more voxel stuff. I mean, I don't think they could change it to voxel based now, probably with the game code, but because the terrain stuff's a bit janky. Did I bring my spade with me? I think. But like leveling stuff is a bit weird. So it does it where you sort of stand a bit, and it's like it won't do it here because it's touching the stone. Do it at all. I dig, it just put a big hole in the ground. But like in Enshrouded and stuff, again I haven't played it with it and stuff, but you know, you can put ground blocks in and it forms the ground, and but you know, in that game you can do stuff in the sky, you can dig down and I want to lower some of this. I want to put blocks down. I've not got sand coming through. I don't know how much more we'll get done. We'll get a little bit done on this utility side. Match the height of it. Enough resources. That's a bugger. Oh well. Get some of this down. Have a little look, see what was going on. What were you completely agreed with? Oh, the ground stuff. Play this game as well, Geordie. We finished the main game on Friday. Pretty much. I'm just building New London. Going to be on 2 connected island bits. On this island that looks a bit like a crescent croissant. So yeah, I'm going to do like a tavern and a lighthouse and a sort of fort and castle and homes and stuff over here. On this side is going to be storage, shops, farms, more industrial side. I've got a bit of a rough idea in my head with the sort of zones and general sort of layout, but connected bonfires and that's a little bit how each building's going to look. I mean, the tavern I think I'm going to build in wood. It's going to have at least 3 floors, and I'm going to try and do overhangs and stuff like that. Needing the building mechanics to be more square based. So, oh right, yes, yeah. I mean the whole system of this bonfire and everything grabbing from within it, and because I think Enshrouded benches, as I say, I might play that. I'm tempted to get it for June, but I should really wait till it's in 1.0 for a proper playthrough. But also with Valheim and stuff, you actually needed stuff quite close, like the bench upgrades. Where this game, it's really great the way the bonfire building system works. Anything within that zone it grabs and builds and stuff, which is fantastic. I guess they didn't sort of really expect people to want to do massive sort of cities and stuff, but having them circular and having them the range they are does limit you. And they've got no sort of total creative mode or something, but then, you know, I think they've sold 2 million copies of the game now. But like this stuff I want to get rid of. But this isn't a voxel based game with terrain deformation and stuff per se, so I kind of understand, you know, it doesn't have these. But like even the flattening stuff, so I think it's meant to do it based on where you're standing, it's taking the height, or they did a patch that changed that. But if it touches anything like the stone, then it won't. But like if I go here, you can see it's not touching, but it's still red. I can do it there, you know. But then that's raising it. That's I want to take it lower, so I want to sort of flatten things from here. So sort of come along here and work it out this way. But if it's a problem, what I'll do is I'll just step this up, because if we do, I mean, I'm going to do farms and stuff like that, so the actual blocks I might bring back up over here somewhere. I've got another fire over there, so that, say, the circles practically meet here, but then I will probably keep it sort of dirt looking, because I'm going to do farms and stuff at the back on this land. Sort of the plan. Like, I don't know why it goes red so often when it's not touching the brick. I'm not on it. Let me just get a glass of milk, so I'm desperate for a drink, and I keep saying I'll get a drink and then don't. One sec. But boxing, when you once you've watched the Cochrane video link that I gave you, go and try and watch the film Master and Commander. It's a pretty good film, and they did shoot a lot of it. There's a very good hour-long YouTube video which shows like the making, like the cast and crew were like living together for 6 to 8 weeks, all in rank and stuff, to, you know, learn their place in the ship and sort of form a. The making of the movie's pretty interesting as well, but the guy, Captain Aubrey, that's in the movie is based on the books, and the books are based on Thomas Cochrane. So if you've watched that video, and then watch Master and Commander, you'll sort of, I don't know, it just sort of gets you in the zone. I'll lower this slope over here, but oh, painful. Can't adjust. This game's UI is so good, generally think, but I'm like, you know, I'd like a mouse wheel thing so I could change again either to a square or a different size circle, so give us like 3 zones of but again, when they built this game, I don't think they really planned on people, and because the game itself doesn't rely really on brain deformation or anything like that, so how easy it's going to be to do this. I don't know why I can't do it there. Come out to here, but then won't do that bit because of the tree that's here. Yeah, I mean they've got great UI to build on this game, Geordie, so you know, with the UI and the stuff. So yeah, if you start changing ranges of you know, and maybe don't take away the, you know, you could maybe have an option where you lay the fire down and you can have it circular, but you can also flip your mouse wheel and change it to square and just, you know, have it how you want. I don't think that'd be particularly too difficult to do. And what I would do as well is, because the game's still a bit light on content and stuff, I would have different sizes of bonfires. So you'd have the current size and then another size that's bigger and then maybe one that's bigger than that. But you could actually link that into future levels of the game, so that you know, you can rank up your bonfire range when you get to max level. But also, it's like when I was watching more Enshrouded stuff at the weekend. I mean, is that flattened? I mean, I wouldn't call that flat. Very uneven. But oh god, what was I going to say? Don't know now. Oh, about what I'm watching Enshrouded, but I mean, they've done such a good job with the UI and the crafting, quality of life stuff in this game, and the building just, I mean, it's one of the best builders, both in it's got a lot of stuff, but they can obviously add a lot more, but also how it just works. But then, as I say, when it comes to terrain and the bonfires and stuff, it kind of, you know, it's leave me this flipping great big ridge, because I might have to take out the blocks and then I could be asked to do it now tonight. I need to get more of this stuff down. So I wanted to build the big, but we didn't have, what are we missing? Oh no, I have got it. Oh yeah, because I brought some of the iron over. I don't know which is meant to be the front or the back, I think. We just put it here again. Is that an out or an in? I mean, that's an in, I think. An out. That's what I did in the last base, was have the door front. So it doesn't look quite central there, but and I should be able to build it over here because I can build other blocks as long as I'm standing. So I don't know why. Most things can be built outside of the zone as long as you're standing in it, but it doesn't do it with the like if I take a floor, I can put that there. Not going to let me do kiln. I know why, because it wouldn't operate and work. Which is a slight problem, because I guess I'll just have to put up with it being a little bit off center, because I wanted it here, but it will work there. Or at least I can use it. Does work, so. Oh, okay. That's sort of the outside sort of crafting stuff. I need to do the charcoal kilns. Now they're a different size and shape. And I want them risen as well, so I might just match this. But they're a lot bigger, so they're probably double. And I don't actually really need that many. We've gone through the whole game and just used two. But might do, say, 3 or something. Then having it, yeah, I think if I place it between 2 of the others, like one there, sort of like one here, one there. I've run out of clay. I'm tempted to put boxes out here for the ash and the stuff rather than move it, because it doesn't. Another thing I quite like the game to do is have an automatic movement from this production to your storage. At the moment, if it's sat down there built, the base doesn't count that you've got it, and you still have to move it. Not a huge problem, but what I might do, it might look a bit back, I don't know. These, does a box look better? Box there. Another fracker and one nail short. Anyway, let me just take a bit of charcoal, a bit of ash, because I would probably put the charcoal in there, and I'll put ash in the other one when we can build. Let me get some more nails. How much does one make? 5. So if I want 100 nails, get that amount for the moment. That will do. Back this wood on me. Right, so box here. Fine with the other one, and then can we get another kiln in? But if I had some more clay, I don't think this one's going to grow back because I've now got the fire covering it. I've got a little bit left at the other camp. Go get it. But we took most of it. You spent a whole lot of time down by the river from Tower Bridge all the way to Westminster. They're really enjoyable. Yeah, well, Tower Bridge, you know, before they built all the the tower that's there. I mean, it used to have like a city on top of it made of wood, like before the Fire of London. And so if you may have already seen them, but if you look up, if you Google like what London Bridge or whatever looked like when they had all the wooden houses and buildings and stuff on top, and it's kind of nuts. I could just take stuff from, I mean, I probably am gonna take all this away, I guess. Nostalgic. I'll give me a bit more clay, and I think clay here, 50. But I need to relocate all the crafting tables and that stuff. Gonna build separate kitchens. Okay, so this stuff we probably will keep outside. I think it thematically looks better outside. You can have some of it inside, but obviously with all the smoke and fumes and stuff. So then like a crafting room will sort of go here next to it, and then I'm going to do kitchens and the traders and the shops, and I'm going to try and keep a street. So I'm marking it out now in a rough fashion. Here's the lights thing. So this is going to be a street, like from here down to here, and then I'm thinking of another street, probably don't really know, might come sort of here to be too wide, this wide. I mean, it's very, very rough, you know, leading on to this street, but I want some traders stuff off the sides of the streets and stuff, so that you'll sort of have maybe a street up here, and then you go down this street, and then down into this street. I mean, it might go a bit more over to the right because obviously with this building the street can be sort of narrower, but we'll see. We don't have a lot of time to do much more tonight. I think I'd like to do a little bit of starting the crafting rooms. So again, flooring, I think the crafting rooms will probably stay with the wood flooring, very similar to this what I used in here, which was actually this one. I think I'd like to do it from where I don't want them all to just be square rooms, so I want them to be, I mean, it probably wants to be the size of the other room, maybe a little bit more, but this one won't have storage in it, so I can space out the crafting a bit more. You don't want it to connect to that. I think there, but I need it on the ground. Oh shit. I'll use that as a marker. Give me 1 sec. Need a quick bio break. Right, I'm back. I didn't realise it got to midnight, so I'll probably have to go soon, but anyway, so I'll probably have a crafting room sort of going I mean, this might be a natural place to have the street. Right, if I put it there and then get rid of that, I want it here but on the ground. Too much. So I could have a door here, so if this is a street, Because the crafting room's sort of got... Yeah, I mean, in my other crafting room, so I've got like weapons. I've got cooking in. I'm going to do a separate. So I'm going to do a little separate area for a kitchen. And the crafting room. The crafting room is going to have, you know, it's going to have like weapons. It's going to have clothing. I've got a lot of outside stuff, so then you've got the crafting table. Be a bit more interesting. Nooks and crannies. Nooks and crannies. Yeah, so... And like this stuff I've got outside in my other camp, but I think I'll move it inside or here. I will probably move these around so many places, but let's say I have this like, I want to get some storage right next to it. I still quite like a little bit of storage, quite like the sacks here. Squeeze this in, make more coarse fabric. Fine, 50 of that. Right, so the ash I was going to keep. I would like these to output to store. That's why I quite like having the boxes near them, because then when you take them you can just drop them without having to walk them somewhere else. I need rope. I made enough rope. Let's make 20 rope. 25 rope. Let me get one of these in here. It's a bit tight. Now this building, I don't know, I might make this building wood. I mean, I quite like what we used last time with this wood and stone. That's good, but I don't want to use the same thing throughout. Obviously the palace and the tavern's going to be wood. I mean, it does use 2 stone, but if I use wood, then I'm to use stone. I don't know. We can change it how we want. I kind of think I'd quite like a window here. Double sash window. Kind of like these seem too high. These seem too low. And obviously I can put in this window there. That looks more window height. Do. Yeah, I quite like some streets, so probably be a door. Actually, that would be the door, probably. Nope, that wasn't what I meant to do. Didn't quite match up today because of the door. Me. Got these windows the right way. Yeah, I want windows opening out. Of course, this is going to really be big enough. So the cooking stuff I'm going to do in a separate room. The armor and clothing. This stuff doesn't need to go near it, but thematically I think it looks nice with them. Bigger. Some windows. Have a look because we've got narrow window. play around with these probably quite a bit, but I think having some windows, varied windows, opens the wrong way. So change it around. So what else are we going to have in here then? I probably can't build some of this stuff yet, so build this generally, I think automatically again be out here. Gonna get in the way. Maybe putting it there would be better because anyway in the bonfire works, but I kind of want this pathway to exist. Okay, so that's all the workbench stuff done. If I'll leave these things, can't really build at the moment. Personal weapons. Again, probably want stuff around it. This is going to be a different room, and these do both, so make an anvil, don't I? I'll just bring the other one over. Anvil was 30 ingots, okay. Right, I think we'll just bring the other one over then. Oh, the other camp's getting torn apart. Anvil's gonna go. This is gonna go. I was thinking of saving this base, but just not going to be practical, is it? That was cooking. Was this cooking stuff? It's got a little bit of a chimney thing on it, so probably outside. But
remarkable times we live in.
like John and Doctor are here, and then when I go back to the other base, they're there as well. So I settled them in here. Okay. Oh, load. Right, so the anvil. that up, but do that. I'm gonna probably put this in here rather than next to ship one. I don't know about the ship one, whether to... It's massive, you know. I've got it in its own building in the other place. It could, you know... Could go in. The thing is, it's not... Funny shape this. It's not quite... It's angled anyway, the damn... So I should put it in the same room. Windows and doors. That works. So these posts I might move, some of them I'll use. I'll do... I think I'll do... Window here. Same one we did on this side, which was this one, wasn't it? Wrong way. Right, what am I going to do here then, because it's going to be an even amount, so we can probably fill it in with just this bit, will it? Because this thing's going to need pillars and back to give it a nice edge to it as well. I might just use something like this, or I could use a bigger one like the other building. And I think the bigger ones look better. This door's messing things up a bit here. Big window here. Do a triple window, do they? With that. Double window it. Oh. The hell is going on here? Oh, okay. I got more. What? I thought. Damn table away. Just so. Okay. This table. Right, so let's just have a look at the tables. So all the cooking stuff's going to be in separate. Armor's done, weapons, ship fitting, alchemy and merchants separate. So do these in separate building. I kind of want to do them here. Thing is, alchemy takes 4 bits to it, right? Quite large. Armor's gonna have to. Right. I'm going to have to go take these resources. Do as well. I get the lobster mushroom. Right, that's all the crafting tables out of there. Quite sure I've got enough room. I could put some stuff in the middle of the room, I guess.
Every case is unique.
I haven't got the wood. Don't have. Got any wood here in the flipping case? I guess a building. Oh shit, I've got a cannon sticking out of there. I thought I picked up all this stuff and the bloody things I just... Have I not got hardwood? Bit back. Some of this stuff off. Don't even think I've got a place for ingots yet for gold. Go. Rid of this crappy fit on it. Oh, wood. Place for all the sulphur and gunpowder. Right, I'm going to go back with a bit more stuff. Build these last tables. There. Viewers are dropping like flies. I think it's got late. Yeah, I mean all this stuff can go now really. Resource for it. Comfort stuff. I mean, I haven't really got a home. It's still 29. I might leave. Oh god, I got this as well, haven't I? I've got much wood. Or make more stone. A little bit of this, but We need it for building. Hardwood. Just clay. A bit of that. Do it all out. I mean, I come here and then the Doctor and John are here as well as at the other place. You Keith, you ask me. Right, I mean, this post can go for a start. So, not get to finish these off, so I was putting a small table up somewhere. Still got to get this thing in somewhere, but I will probably put it there for the moment. This needs to go back, but without all poking through the walls. Good. Right, this needs to go. Here. This needs to find a home. Probably there's good. Actually wider than that wall. Could go here. Got more tables to put in though, so maybe we've got to get the jewelry stuff in, so could have gone there, you see. All this stuff to do as well. All not going to go in the same room. I just put some of it down. I don't forget. Need to do. Don't think I put that one down, did I? These. It's in the wood. Have I not got the one with this? Right, I think I think I should stop, otherwise we'll carry on going forever. If I can just build this, I might move some of these, but at least I will. Oh, there. I've got to do this tanning rack. I think I might have that outside. I'm going to put it just there. Spinning wheel we'll probably have indoors. What I'm going to do is have the kitchen where did I have the flooring here? Put it that way in there. Well, if I want it to match this, I build it onto here. Use now. Probably where the wall was before. God damn it with the resources. Stuff in here. Food stuff. Bring it this way, was that we are having a narrow street. I mean, it might be too narrow. Okay. Need a lot more wood. So let's I mean, I think this is probably nice to have the center of the room. Kitchen's kind of with all that as well. But down from. What did the food have? 4 things. So the fire, this, this, and this. Just this. That no wood. Don't need the kitchen to be particularly big. Tiniest of no. So probably make it, you know, 4x5 or something. But, you know, I need some buildings to make the streets with. So yeah, I think this street I'm going to have as a wide street. This street I'm going to have sort of as this width, but then we will have a few, like this one's going to be a narrow little street. There's this stuff here. Get some outdoor lighting eventually up to replace it all. We'll see. Right, I'm going to leave it there. It's getting late. I'm just rambling to myself now. Yeah, we made a start. As I say, we're getting some of the infrastructure in. There's lots to come. Is, you know, caverns, castles, lighthouses, things like that. I'm going to build that all over there. I can do some. Try and do some proper docks as well for each of the ships. But I'll try and get some more wood. We can earn a lot more wood. The roofs and everything, yeah. Market trader guy I can bring in and buy some resources, but I don't think I've really got that much silver. Most of it's in there. I've only got 1200 silver, so. No worries, boxing. Have a good night. It's getting late. Yeah, I think as it gets built up and stuff, I mean, as I say, early days, it doesn't really look very much now. But yeah, I mean, over the back here, we're going to have some farms and herbs and farmy flower stuff. The other side's going to be more sort of headquarters with gardens, tavern. I mean, I could do the tavern this side, but I think it'd be better on the other side, give it a bit more room. Tavern's going to be pretty big. It's going to be sort of at least the size of this place, probably a lot wider and taller, and I'm gonna have sort of 3 floors, so it's gonna be about probably 3 times the height of this, but I'm gonna have it so that the second floor is larger than the ground floor and the third floor is larger than the second floor, so it will sort of have a, seen some other people do buildings a little bit like this. We're going to try and copy that a little bit. Wood. Light over here temporarily. So yeah, this will be sort of indoor stuff, and then all of the this stuff. Make some copper ingots. Going. Kilns were making stuff. We can put charcoal there. Take this. Ash in there. And then as you come out of here, you're going to have this sort of wider street down here. Well, wider street, this kind of width, the light sort of markers. And then this will be a slightly wider street connecting front and back as well. Right. I will see you in the next one. I don't know, you know, I'm probably not going to do the... I've got Assassin's Creed stuff to do as well. I may start Enshrouded in June, or I may wait till October. When's that one? Oh, I will try and do a couple of these a week. So, yeah, we may be back with some more of this tomorrow at some point. And I'll be alternating between finishing Assassin's Creed stuff off and doing the build videos for New London. Kind of a new thing. A little look, see what it starts to look like on the ship. But it's just going to develop over time. I want to be able to go up to the crow's nest on the ships. Be really good. I'm going to get a look. We should have a proper deck that we can climb onto here. Oops. Don't want to get too much of a view. So this causeway, I'm going to say connect them, but I will then probably change it to some sort of wooden bridge connect. So I'm going to probably, if I can get them to meet just concrete for practical purposes when I'm building everything, but then eventually I will maybe have a matching concrete promenade coming out to sort of about here, and then some sort of wooden bridge, arch bridge over there would be good. Yeah, I mean, I can put more fires down and start building more areas. I haven't got a fire down over here yet. I need to get one that touches wherever this zone ends. Go into build mode. Comes out to... Oh, it comes out almost to where the back of the ship is here, doesn't it? Got a line on the ship. Hopefully a fire on that coastline will sort of match it. Get stuff done. Right, have a good one. Enjoy your documentaries and your history stuff boxing. Thanks, Geordie, for dropping in. T-Brux. Anyone else that was lurking, Dusty as well earlier. Yeah, made a good start. We will continue on. Start to build. I just need to get a lot more wood and stone. I've got quite a bit of stone sitting in my mine, so I can go grab that. But I don't think wood. I'm going to have to chop that down or buy some in. We'll see. Anyway, have a good one. Take care. Bye for now.